morning, Abhijit. It's okay if you miss two sessions. I think you can watch the recordings. Uh, and also, because we have a full day with us today, and it's a small group, small audience, we can cater to how you would like it to be. If you have missed few sessions and you want to focus on some particular things, and as I said, because this is a small group, I would love if all of you switch on your cameras and put it in gallery mode. It feels like we are in a retreat. Otherwise, it feels like we are meditating in front of a blank screen. Uh, so thank you, everybody, for joining. So I wanted to keep this flexible, and based on how the day goes, we can adjust the sessions. But there is a schedule that I just created and posted on WhatsApp also, and it was also on the registration link. Uh, we will start with that, and based on your feedback, we can change it as required. If you want me to, talk about some things which you're not clear, I can spend some time that on that. Otherwise, we could use the time to go and work on our meditations and go and do longer duration meditations, which are generally very helpful in getting more insights. So long duration meditations are really helpful in both getting insights and also bringing up some of the underlying emotions that have been buried so that they can come up, we can make them conscious, and we can get rid of them as they go by. So in both sense, these are very helpful ways for us to progress on our in our understanding, as well as getting more well-being and getting rid of the any ingrained suffering or tendencies that we have. And that is why it is generally recommended that in addition to the daily sittings and trying to do the meditations in day-to-day life, we should occasionally go and do long retreats like a one-day retreat or 3 days or 10-day retreats. They're generally very helpful. So we will try to do that today because that is the goal of today. We'll try to have sittings and walking meditations of longer duration. Generally, 45 minutes is what I have kept today. This is what generally I have seen in many of the retreats that I have attended, and it's useful. Also, we'll also do 2 sessions of walking meditation, as I mentioned in the walking meditation uh, sessions. They are helpful in making sure that you have sitting and walking together. So sometimes sitting can make your body stiff, so walking helps in that, and also breaks the monotony of sitting to walking, and the other way around also. So because there are small number of people, I just wanted to check with you how many. Is there anyone who has not done any kind of meditation before? Because if that is the case, I'll try to introduce meditations to you. So, okay, good. So, there's someone with logged in as PK. Can you just let me know if you have been done meditations before?
Are you asking PK?
Yes.
Oh, PK, this is PK means Pallavi. So actually, I've
Oh,
logged in two devices. Pallavi Kishore and PK is the same person.
okay,
So,
okay,
so
okay.
I'm not sure which device to log in from. So yeah, I've done meditation. I'm currently doing Goenka ji's Vipassana, and I do have questions about it. So I'll ask them during the question hour.
Right. Okay. So let me then ask you: do you want me to spend some time on introducing the meditations, or do you want me to directly go into uh, guided meditations? Deepaji, you are on mute.
Rajesh, this is Pallavi. So you've in your schedule you said talk on introduction to the retreat and meditation practices. So in the schedule you've already scheduled half an hour for this, right?
Yeah, because I thought there would be, because I have opened it up for people who don't have any background of meditation. So I kept it for them so that they can get an introduction and just they don't feel strange on suddenly getting into the meditation practice directly. Uh,
Okay.
but do you want uh, to have an introduction, or you want to directly go into guided meditation?
Um, Maybe like I have some questions, and if you give introduction, they might get answered. Because my question at the moment is, what is the difference between samta and insight meditation if both of them involve observing the breath and the sensations? So, I mean, perhaps when you give your introduction, my question would get answered.
No, I think then maybe we can change the format and start with answering any of the core questions you have, and then we can get into the meditation sessions, and then we'll in the other Q&A we can answer questions that you experience during the meditation. But what you have asked is a very good question. So in the for example, in the Thai forest tradition, where these two words are used, samatha meditation is basically uh, is derived from this word called sam. Sam means calmness. Right? So samatha meditation is a meditation which is aimed at bringing samta in yourself, which means it is aimed at bringing calmness into yourself. So the goal of the meditation is for an agitated mind to get calm and feel more peaceful. So if the mind is very agitated, very anxious, generally it is said that we should start with samatha meditations. Now, how the basic core of samatha meditation is is very simple, and which is what most of the meditation techniques focus on, is to try and have an intention that every time my mind will, will wanders away, I will bring it to an object, which is called the anchor of the meditation, or whatever is the object that we believe we want to bring mind to. Right? So that is the it's called the you can also look at it as a kind of a concentration meditation, or meditation on an object. Different traditions use very different means and mechanisms. For example, some meditations use a candle or something that they meditate on. It could be sometimes a mantra is used. That you can bring repetitive repetitions of a mantra. Makes the mind much more calm, and also helps in reducing the wanderings of the mind. uh, in these meditative techniques, like the Thai forest tradition and some of the Buddhist traditions, they have they're generally in the literature. There are 40 objects of meditations for the Samta meditation that are given, and you can use any of them. In Samta meditation, the object of meditation is not that important. What is important is that can you bring your mind back to the object of meditation when it wanders away. So the object of meditation is considered to be, there's a sanctity to it, but in in itself the object of meditation doesn't have that importance. uh, the only requirement is that the object of meditation should be neutral so that it doesn't generate any more emotion than it was trying to reduce, and it should be in the present moment.
Rajesh, can I interrupt? What did you say? The only requirement is that the object should not be. I didn't get that.
It should be a neutral object.
Okay.
It means that it should not be an object that if you bring your attention to, it generates more emotions. Right? For example, if you're going through emotional, state where your mind is very tense and you know wandering and have some negative states, if you try to bring it to something which generates more emotions, it will not serve you the purpose. So it is generally considered that the object of meditation should be neutral. So it doesn't generate any positive emotions or negative emotions. It should be a neutral object of meditation, and it should be in the present moment, right? Which means again the same goal is that it should not be something that encourages you to go back to the past or the future. It should be in the present moment so that you can anchor to the present moment. So there are several meditation objects that are used, as we have learned in those sessions. The most common one is the breathing process. Right? A breathing process is very neutral. It doesn't have a positive or negative emotions attached to it. The breathing process is in the present moment. Always breathe in the present moment. And additionally, in addition to this, why this is preferred so much is that it is connected to some of our emotions also. So when you're kind of anxious, your breathing speed goes up and down. So it is said that it is a bridge between your present moment and your underlying emotional states also. So that is considered to be an advantage to using breathing as the anchor. Now you can use any of the anchors available in any traditions, or the 40 anchors recommended in the literature on Buddhism. Any of them is fine. If you keep meditating on a particular anchor and keep bringing your mind back, invariably, with some amount of practice and some amount of duration and patience, the mind will calm down, right? And it will calm down to a state where you will feel much better. So all of these practices are that is why are categorized as samatha. Now, the vipassana meditation is not a meditation where we are kind of concentrating or on a particular object. Vipassana actually means pasana means seeing, which is you're observing something, and vipassana means V is a special kind of seeing. So special kind of seeing is, you can look at it as that if you look at your current state of mind. For example, let's take an example that you are anxious about something, and your attention comes to your anxiety and said, I'm feeling very anxious today. I'm feeling stressed. Today, uh, uh, today I had a lot of stress. Right now, all of these statements have a seeing in them. You observe that you are anxious. You observe that the day was full of uh, anxiety, discomfort, मूड अच्छा नहीं था, आज अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. This whole statement clearly gives you the fact that you are able to observe it. That's why you're able to say that, right? Now, the standard response of that observation is that we try to run away from it, or we have this underlying belief that this is because of a particular circumstance or a particular situation in life, and we fully sometimes you fully go and try to solve that, right? Or you run away from it. There are three responses in psychology: fight, fight and freeze, right? You either fight it out, or you run away from it, or you completely freeze. You don't know what to do. you're not either fighting nor you are flighting, which is running away from, or you completely freeze. It's kind of a complete brain jam kind of a situation. So these are the only three possible things that we generally modern psychologists also refer to as the response to what you're seeing. Now, vipassana means when we observe something in the present moment, can we observe it different than these three reactions? Can we observe it neither by feeding on it, right? Which means you're not continuously ruminating the same thing that caused the stress. So if the stress was caused by X, Y, Z or things, as soon as you understand what is the stress, you start to think about it again. It keeps coming back and back and back and back. So one of the basic response generally is you either feed it, maybe justifying it, or we may saying, yeah, this is because of that person, that thing, or you may feel guilty about it. Why do I have to suffer? Why is this happening to me? What I have done? What are my karmas and all of that? The stories that mind creates. So all of them are feeding onto the same emotion. This is very similar to, for example, you know, uh, we take this example a lot in teaching. This is like, uh, we understand ghost, right? Bhoot jo hote hain. If you're afraid of a ghost, right? Ghost is not a reality. Okay? If you're afraid of a ghost and there are only two things that your mind will do. It will keep thinking about that ghost again and again. वो वही mind generate करता रहेगा. It will keep thinking about, or it's imagining about that ghost, or the ghost is here. If there is darkness, your mind will imagine कि यहाँ पर है, कि वहाँ पर है, ghost is there, ghost is that. So the mind will keep creating it. Fear will be fed with fear, or the other response is that you try to run away from it. You say, I don't want to be in this situation. Let me switch on the lights, let me run away to some other place, just run away from it. Both of these responses can never get rid of the fear of ghosts. The only way to get rid of any fear, right, and we teach children this a lot, right, is to just calmly face it. Right? If it was real, it will come up and show you the reality of it, and then you can respond to it. For example, if it is not ghost but a lion, the lion will come and you can respond to it if you have protection from something. If you have a gun, or you respond to it in the real world, right? Or if it was not there at all, the whole thing will go away. The whole cloud will evaporate, and you will see it clearly. There was never a ghost ever. So if you keep your calm and you have patience and endurance and just face it and say, let me find out the reality of this emotion, or let me find out the reality of the strength of this emotion. ये सच में है कि नहीं है तो कितना है, क्या है इसके पीछे, क्या है. That is vipassana. Now we are not feeding it कि हाँ ये है और माइंड उसी को दोबारा जनरेट कर रहा है. We are not running away from it. We are standing there, facing it, saying, let me see the reality of this. That is called a different or a special way of seeing. We are still seeing what is there in front of us, but it's a vipassana. It's a special way of seeing. Now, so in samatha, we say that don't be lost, because if you're lost, then you're not seeing. You're lost in the past, or you're lost in the future. Then you're not seeing at all. So first, you train your mind onto the present, so that you're able to observe the present more and more. You're more and more able to see inside you what is going on inside. हमारे सारे पुराने traditions में बोलते हैं कि turn inside, go inside. अपने अंदर देखो, अपने अंदर देखो. द मेन पर्पस ऑफ दैट इज दैट हम देखते नहीं है अपने अंदर, हम बाहर ही देखते हैं. किस वजह से हुआ, क्या हुआ, किसके कारण से हुआ, कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ, एंड ऑल दैट स्टफ. We don't look at what is going on inside us, right? What is right now I am feeling. Even if we look at it, we have a glimpse of it. बहुत स्ट्रेस है माइंड में, एंड देन यू इमीडिएटली रन अवे फ्रॉम इट एंड से आज बहुत स्ट्रेस है, लेट मी स्विच ऑन द टीवी, let me switch on my mobile, let me switch on this, let me switch on that, which basically means you found the stress inside you and you don't want it. You run away from it. जैसे कि ये नहीं चाहिए मुझे. Rather than saying, oh, आज मूड बड़ा खराब है. अच्छा, let me face it, let me see it. कहाँ है खराब? How does it feel in the body? कैसा है खराब? What does it mean by खराब? Right? Can I just watch it? It's called holding your emotion with compassion. You're seeing your emotion and you're holding it with compassion and saying, क्या है? कैसा है? What is the nature of it? Can I just look at it? And Buddha described very beautifully that every time you look at anything in reality, you will find three characteristics of it. One is that one is dukkha, second is uh, anatta, which is it is impermanent. Anitya, which is impermanent, and third is anatta, which is it is not self. It was not me. The meanness in it was that I am. This is me. This is my emotion. I was suffering. So when you try to find the reality of what you are facing inside, not outside, what you can really observe, right? You will eventually find that all of these, or everything that you observe is made up of these three attributes. That is what Buddha said, that once he realized this, he realized that all of these things are like bubbles. They don't have any concreteness into it that we believe it has. And all this happened because you want to see it and you want to see the reality of it. If you want to run away from it, you will never see the reality. Because you will keep believing what you used to believe about it. So vipassana means let me see what is there going on inside me, but let me see it with a different attitude. क्या है, कैसा है, can I face it, can I look at it? So that is what vipassana is. And samta is about every time. So vipassana does not care about what it is seeing, whether it is seeing the breath, whether it is seeing the sensations, whether it's seeing emotions, whether it is seeing anything that you can see in the present moment. From Vipassana's point of view, doesn't matter. There is nothing to change here, nothing to bring your mind to. यहाँ से हटा के यहाँ लेके आना. Vipassana only means जो है जैसा है उसको देखना है. Or samata means as soon as you discover that your mind was lost, you bring it to something. Right? So samata has a lot more doing in it. You want to meditate means you want to uh, you don't want the mind to be lost and you want to bring it to the present. So there is a lot of doing in it. In vipassana, there is almost no doing. There is just change in attitude. You want to see and you want to see it with a different light. I hope this that clarified what your question was.
Yeah, but see, like you said, it doesn't really matter whether we are looking at the breath or the sensation. So in both samta and insight meditation, that is vipassana, we can use the same object, either the breath or the sensation. So then how actually in vipassana then, so let's say I'm looking at the sensations, then how actually do I develop that insight, So because in Samta also I look at the sensations, in Vipassana also I look at the sensations. So then actual practice in the actual technique, where lies the difference? That is one. And the second thing is, like you said, that when negative emotion arises, instead of running away from it, we'll say, okay, let me look at it calmly. Let me see what actually it is. But that means that when we start looking at it, first we should already be calm. So we a negative emotion has arisen and we are in a stress state of mind. But to do vipassana, we should be in a calm state of mind. So that means that first we should do samta meditation, bring our mind to a calm state, and then say, okay, now I'm going to look at it, look at that negative emotion, right? So there's a confusion. First confusion is if the technique is the same in both. So how does the technique differ? Because both are different meditations, both have different objectives. That is one. And second, in vipassana, we when we're talking of a negative emotion and we want to look at it calmly, that means we should already be calm.
Well, I'll answer your second question first. Uh, it is it is generally, see, there is this debate about Sabda versus Vipassana. Almost every place that you will go to in these this meditations, you will find this debate, that this is exactly the question that you are struggling with. A lot of people have this belief, and they say that uh, it is beneficial. And again, I'm saying there is a division in the opinion. It is beneficial to calm the mind first, uh, which means you try to calm the mind through using samta, and then go to the inside part of it, which is it is what you're saying is right. It is because what happens is that if your mind is not calm enough, you may look at your emotion once or twice, and again later on it will just wander away or get into uh, the same things that it was thinking about for a long time, right? Which means that if you don't have sufficient control over the mind, it is generally can become difficult for you to see it differently. The mind's emotional states will overcome. So it is recommended that if your mind is very agitated, try to do samta first, and then move to changing the way you're looking. On the other hand, it is said that vipassana in itself is very, very powerful. And if one can realize the importance that even in an agitated mind, I can face it, look at it, observe it, even for a fraction of seconds, and dissociating with it, that is considered to be very beneficial, even in an agitated state of mind. So you can try out yourself and find out what works better for you. It is said that uh, a calm mind can go into very deep insights. If you calm the mind first and do some insight meditation, you can go much deeper in your insights and get a lot more insights. That is one. On your first question on if on the if what is the real difference uh, in the when the technique is about bringing the attention to something in the present. I think the difference lies in the fact that in samatha we say that it's called exclusive meditation. I don't want to my mind to be on anything else except my breath. So if you find your mind going away to somewhere, you bring it back. Exclusive. Other than what the object of meditation, you don't want anything else during this samta practice. So you say it is completely exclusive. If you want to, if you're for example on the sensations, you say if I'm looking at particular sensation or particular body part, I don't want to look at something else. I will just bring my mind to that. Vipassana meditation is inclusive. It doesn't choose what it wants to look at. Whatever is there, you just change your attitude towards it. So if you're looking at sensations, you change your attitude towards sensation. But if your mind is very agitated at that time, and if you suddenly find that the mood is very bad, so rather than sensations, if your mind goes to emotions, you change the way you look at emotions. But if you're doing samta practice, you'll say, forget about this emotion. Let me come back to sensation. Right? If you're doing samta meditation, you say, abhi mood kharab hai, isko baad mein dekhenge. Let me come back to my sensations. In Vipassana says, oh, I now notice that the mood is bad. Let me look at it. Oh, I notice that there's a pain in the knee. Let me look at it. Oh, I notice that there is something going on in the mind, which is a positive, joyful emotion. Let me look at it. So Vipassana meditation is inclusive. It doesn't choose what it wants to look at. It just changes it's about changing the attitude of what you're looking at. And Samatha meditation is about choosing and being exclusive. That other than this, right now, I will not focus on anything else. I'll बाकी चीजों को भी पड़े रहने देते हैं. Let me bring my focus back to where I wanted it. That's why it's repeatedly about coming back to the same thing, same thing, same thing. This calms the mind and increases mind control also. So that helps eventually in the day-to-day life and doing vipassana also.
So basically, like you're saying that even if we are using the same object of meditation for both the types of meditation, it's the way in which we do things that is different. So in case of Samta, we just focus on the object, and when our mind wanders, we bring it back to the object. So that is what you told about mindfulness. Mindfulness is that, oh, my mind is wandered, coming back to the object. So, and then regarding Vipassana, you're saying that we have to see that emotion, try to study it, kind of, try to study it. But then, and what is its nature? So what we have learned, like the Vipassana that I'm doing, Goenkaji's Vipassana, we look at what we have learned is that every emotion will have some physical representation in the body. Therefore, we should look at that physical representation of that emotion in the body. And once we are looking at it, then we look at it and we'll realize that it is actually impermanent. And so then we can move on. Okay, this is impermanent. We actually saw it. We are satisfied now. Then we can move on and look at the next body part. So there also. So that is one thing. The other thing which I want to focus on, my question is that whether in that course or whether I'm talking to you, the focus of the teacher has mostly been on negative emotions. So the aim is that we should be doing whether samta, whether vipassana, in order to help us get rid of our negative emotions. And the aim is not really on the positive emotions. So I assume that that is because obviously positive emotions don't cause so much problem to us, and most of us get carried away by the negative emotions. So if I'm happy passing exam, I'm not going to think too much about it. But if I'm sad that I lost my job, then I'll, probably, stories about it. So, these are just some points I had. So I'd like to have your thoughts on that.
So some very good questions. I think in the first part, I have done a lot of Krishna Gurkaji's retreats also myself. And when I went on to study some of these other traditions and other, fields of meditation, I realized that how Buddha described it was in for example, the breathing meditation or the meditation on the sensation was primarily a samta meditation. So what we learn in Goenkaji's courses is primarily samta meditation. There is very little focus on how changing, understanding what is we are doing and changing our attitude towards it, which is actually in the literature described as vipassana. Goenkaji uses this word for the meditations that he teaches, but that's okay. What I found out was that more or less that was what we learned in those 10 days courses was Samta meditations. It is useful in its own aspect and gave me a lot of benefits also. But my perspective changed when I really learned about what else Buddha taught and what was truly the definition of Vipassana meditations and how it is done when I learned the traditions. And that was one part. The second part was with the positive emotions. Now, you are absolutely right. We deal with our negative emotions a lot, and we get when we join, kind of try to do some meditation techniques. It is generally because we want to get rid of some of the negative emotions that we get motivated towards, and the biggest motivation for mind for removing the negative emotions, and that is why most of the talks that you see are around that. But Buddha talked about a lot about the positive emotions. For example, the four Brahma Viharas, are all about positive emotions. Metta is one of the Brahma Viharas. It is taught as one of the meditation techniques, how can we generate more metta in ourselves, how can we cultivate metta in ourselves. That is a positive emotion. There are three more Brahm Viharas which are positive emotions, and there are meditation techniques around that. And we should try to balance both these and the Brahm Vihara practices also. But having said that, there is also a reality that if you remove the quote unquote negative emotions, you will find what remains is positive emotions. These Brahma Viharas are our true nature. Right? What remains is that our true nature is of love, is of matri, is of all these Brahma Viharas. That's our true nature. It is just clouded by all these negative emotions, and when we remove those negative emotions, get rid of them, what remains are the positive ones. I'm not talking about the worldly positive emotions like kind of excitement we get after passing the exams. That's an excitement rather than a positive emotion. The positive emotions are matri, karuna, matra, kind of emotions, which is what remains if the mind is free of these negative emotions. So uh, it is said that we should try and cultivate the positive ones also, because to give them some support. But if even if you're kind of just having this thing that let me get rid of the defilements, you will yourself find that what remains is the positive. In any case, we all know that Buddha started from this journey of saying, what is the truth of suffering and how to, get completely rid of suffering. Right. So that also is also true. That's how he started, and that's how he found out the reality of what these emotions are. But so it's in general, there are practices which cultivate the positive emotions also, but most of the people get motivated by uh, finding out how can they they find freedom from the negative emotions.
Uh, can you then help us with the Vipassana bit? As in, like you said, that what we learn in the 10-day courses is mostly some meditation. So, then can you give us some guidance on how to actually do the Vipassana meditation? If both the meditation, sometimes Vipassana involve observing the same object, then how actually to, what is the difference in the technique? Could you guide us there?
Yeah, so we'll do that during the guided meditation. I think
Okay.
I'll kind of do the guided meditation, and we'll all meditate together.
Okay.
Any other points or questions? Okay. If not, I think then we'll meditate for some time, and we'll meditate say till 11:30. Wait for next 50 minutes, and please keep your cameras on. Don't feel shy. We'll all just six or seven participants we have. Okay, so let's sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Take a couple of deep breaths to relax your body. Sit in a position that you're comfortable with. Can be cross-legged, just sitting on floor, or it can be simple sitting posture in a chair. Anything that helps you sit comfortably for long duration, next 50 minutes, is okay. Keep your back straight, back and neck straight. If you have back pain and you want to take support on your lower back, you may choose to do that. Don't try to sit in a stiff posture, just keeping the back straight, keeping the back as an anchor on which the rest of the body is as if hanging. So the rest of the body is extremely relaxed, hanging on your spine, which is straight. Try to relax your face, your neck, your shoulders, your chest. A lot of times we store a lot of tension in these parts of the body. Just notice if you see any contraction, any tension anywhere in your body, relax those muscles. I personally find relaxing my forehead and face muscles very useful. But if you find there are other parts of your body that have stored that tension, just relax them. In this session, we will try to do samta meditation and bring calm to the body and mind. next 20 minutes or so, we'll use our body and bodily sensations as the anchor. Bring your attention to whatever is happening on your head. Relax it first. And try to see if you feel any sensations. Whatever you find, it's okay. We're not choosing what we are feeling. Then you can bring your attention to your face, different parts of your face. You can do that together for the whole face, or you can do that by going through part by part. Both of them have their benefits. As both head and face have a lot of muscles, it's always useful to relax them first while you're observing what's going on there. One of the things I find very useful that I learned in one of the retreats was to bring a half smile on your face. Just a very mild half smile. It's a very positive feeling to the current moment. And you feel the positivity throughout your body. Sometimes while doing a lot of meditations, we become very serious. And often I hear people calling some of us as grumpy meditators, people who are not smiling while doing meditation. So if it helps, try and make that half smile whenever you want. your attention to the shoulders and the trunk, chest, middle part of your body. First, relax any muscles that are there. And try and see what kind of sensations you feel. As I said, you can look at it as a whole, or you can look at it as part by part. Now bring your attention to your hands, arms, palm, fingers, and observe what you can observe as sensations in these parts of the body. If it helps, you could name them also. But if you are used to sensation meditations, just observe them raw. Naming them helps to bring concentration to a wandering mind. If the mind is not wandering and is able to come back to sensations, just watch the sensations as they are. Pay attention to the lower part of your body, thighs, legs, legs, toes, pressure of your weight on the floor, the chair, sensations of legs on each other, anything that is tactile, anything that can be observed. Right. You can repeat the posture, repeat the process in the reverse direction from the toes. Mind wanders away, bring it back. That half smile first on your face, back to where its anchor is. The sensations in your body. It is a great blessing that we have the capability to direct our awareness. It's a great blessing that we get reminded that we were lost. No other creature in this universe has that capability. So rather than feeling sad on the fact that it was lost, feel the gratitude that we have the capability, that it came back. this mindfulness capability, where it can remind ourselves that we're lost, that it can see the things as they are. It's the doorway for the end of all suffering, for the doorway to enlightenment. Let's feel the gratitude that we all have it in us. With that attitude, every time the mind wanders away, bring it back to the anchor, sensations in your body. is that the sensations somehow are happening on their own. Notice how I am not the cause of that. It's body's nature, the physical and the mental attributes combined cause those sensations. It's not me, it's not mine. I did not cause them. They are happening because of the nature of the body. I am the one who's witnessing them. case you feel the calmness of the mind, you can switch to a sharper object, which is your breathing. You can focus your attention on the process of breathing. Just feel the whole process wherever you can feel. It can be rising and falling of your abdomen, your chest, or the flow of air from your nostrils. Smaller the object of attention, better concentration is likely to get. Choose your object based on the state of your mind. The mind at this moment is agitated. You keep it on your sensations of the body. It's calmer. You bring it to your breathing and eventually bring it to a small area under the nostrils. So you feel the flow of breath. wanders away, and you're bringing it back. First, try to relax any part of the body that wandering mind has brought the tension. Relax your throat, relax your face, bring the heart small, and then bring the attention back to you. The mind wanders away. Don't make it your enemy. That's the nature of the mind. Will wander away. Have the attitude of metta towards it. Maitri. Bring it back. Compassion. Your eyes. Take a 10 minutes break, 10 to 15 minutes, and come back at 10 or 11:40. That is okay. And do walking meditation after that. Gather at 11:40.
If you're back, can you switch on your cameras? Is my audio clear? Okay, for some next 40 minutes or so, uh, we'll do walking meditation. But if you cannot do walking meditation for next 40 minutes, you can switch back to sitting meditation as you would prefer. It is generally recommended to keep them uh, in similar order and quantities if you can, if your body allows for you to walk for 40 minutes.
Could you remind us once again, in the walking meditation, we hold our hands in front of us and then we cross them in front of us and we focus like 5-6 meters in front of us, right?
Yes,
Thank
5-6 feet in front of us actually.
you. 6 feet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I'll keep doing some guided meditation during walking also, so that it helps. Okay. So in walking meditation, we try to keep our hands in front of us like this. We put one hand on top of each other and walk at our natural pace. You don't have to walk fast or slow. You can walk at your natural pace. While walking, this time we'll try to keep our attention on the process of walking, and the whole sensations related to walking. They're primarily sensations in your soul, in your feet, in your legs, and the whole process of walking. At the end of the path, you pause, turn around, and just cross check if our attention is in the present moment at our feet. If not, we bring the attention back and pause a bit longer so that attention sustains. The most important thing in walking meditation is to ensure that doesn't become mechanical, and we remember to pause when we turn around and bring our attention back. If we remember to pause when we turn around and bring our attention back, it will not let you make it mechanical, because we are used to thinking when we are walking. If the mind is wandering, take longer pause when you turn around. Fully establish the mind in the present moment in your feet before you start to walk again. The whole process of walking itself is very mysterious and very interesting. You can bring the attention to the process of walking also, observing how we balance ourselves on these two legs and how the process of walking with one leg going forward, other leg coming after it later, and then alternating. It's a beautiful process in itself, generating some curiosity on the process of walking helps to come bring the mind back to it. Can come back to our seats. And if you're around, please switch on your cameras, but we can have an interaction and a Q&A. Okay, so let's take any questions if there are.
Yeah, Rajesh, you told us to focus on the those sensations which are related to the walking, such as in the soles of feet or legs, etc. So can we also focus on those sensations which arise in those parts of the body which are not related to the walking, such as I was having pain in the cervical region. So I looked at it as well. So can I do that?
Yes, you can do that. Uh, but if if this is like pain, I would, if you're feeling a lot of pain, I would encourage you could, have a seat. But if you can manage it, you can, focus on any other sensation of the body that is asking for attention, and you can come to the present moment. But if you feel like you have dealt with that pain or that sensation and you have nothing else going on, you can bring the attention to the walking posture or walking process.
Okay, so you're saying that you said a few things. First thing you said was that if the pain is too strong, I can stop the walking, which was not the case. So I continued the walking. And then the pain was not very strong. It was very short lived. So I looked at it and then I moved on. But I
Yeah.
think what you are saying, I didn't really get it. You were saying that, so in my case, the pain was short lived. But even if it is long lived, you say, I deal with it. And then I start observing the process of walking, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So the point of the Samta meditation is to calm the mind. If there is anything which is very strong, I think it's always better to deal with it first, right? And let it let it have its own rising and passing away before we start to concentrate back again. Let's give it the respect and attention it needs. If anything's very strong appears.
So walking meditation is part of the Samta meditation techniques, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
there are four postures that are kind of meditation postures. They're called meditation postures: sitting, standing, walking, and lying down. All four are treated with equal respect in the tradition. So we mostly hear about sitting meditation, but all other postures are equally important and equally useful to bring this whole meditation practice into our day-to-day life. The more we practice with all four postures, it becomes much easier for us to bring the benefits to day-to-day life. Sitting meditation, in any case, brings a lot of concentration and it helps us, train the mind. Standing and walking meditations help us, bring our attention back from the back to the body while we are working. We are, doing your day-to-day stuff, because most of the time we are standing or walking in those moments. And lying meditation, lying down meditation helps us getting a lot of relaxation. So if you practice, meditation lying down, it brings a lot of relaxation and helps people to go to sleep also. People who are not able to go to sleep, lying down meditation helps a lot.
Can you explain how to do the standing and lying down meditation?
Yeah, so standing meditation is actually just another uh, extension of the walking meditation. So in standing meditation, you just stand and watch the sensations in your lower part of the body, generally your soles, feet, and your legs. There are a few things to take care of in the standing meditation. One is, do not bring your feet very close to each other, because after some time, like 4 5 minutes, you may start to feel that your balance may is shifting, right? So, is you're going out of balance. So it's generally advisable to keep your feet half feet apart, half to 1 feet apart, whichever is comfortable posture, so that your balance remains intact. The second alteration of the standing meditation that people do is keep your weight on on one leg first, right? So kind of slightly tilt down on one leg, keep your weight on one leg, observe the sensations in that leg. After 3 4 minutes, switch back to the another leg, keep your weight on that leg, watch your sensations for in that leg for 4 5 minutes. it helps mind to do something, right? There is doing in it which helps bringing the attention back to it. So that is generally the whole process of the standing meditation. It is some people like it a lot, but most of the people primarily switch between sitting and walking meditation as their major practices. But it depends on the person. If they like the standing meditation, they can definitely do it. And in the lying down meditation, you generally it's very similar to the shavasana that we do in yoga, and the yoga nidra, where you lie down, relax the whole body, move your attention from one part of the body to the other part of the body and keep it, you know intentionally relax that part of the body. And basically you are trying to bring your attention to the body when the body is not strained at all. So that really helps in relaxation and going to sleep. So it helps people not keep remunerating when they lie down. A lot of people have this problem that unless they're extremely tired, they cannot sleep, because as soon as they lie down, their mind keeps remunerating and they can't go to sleep. So to calm the mind, even in a lying posture, you can do some of these practices.
So if I understand correctly, in the lying meditation, it is like a bit like you said, shavasana. So we focus on each part of the body one by one. Is it,
Yes.
it it's a is it like we focus just on each of the body parts one by one, or we also examine the sensations?
When you go to the body part one by one, you definitely first relax, and then relax those muscles in that part of the body, and then observe the sensations.
Okay, so it's
The
close
just
to meditation
just
in that sense.
Yeah, just one caution. Sometimes people whose concentration levels are very high and can concentrate very deeply, even in the lying down posture, uh, it becomes the other way around also. That it becomes difficult for them to go to sleep if they keep meditating, right? If that happens, do not go one by one from one part of the body to the other. Just try to relax the whole body, and the choiceless awareness is much better at that time. Bring your attention to whatever sensation is the most prominent sensation in the body, rather than going from part by part.
Could you
That quick
please go ahead?
Sorry.
Could you remind us of the choiceless awareness? So whenever we have a number of sensations, we examine the most prominent one. We just examine it. That's it. Nothing
Yes,
else.
just examine that. Just examine, or make it your object of attention, the most prominent sensation at that time. And sometimes what happens is that the most prominent diminishes and something else starts to become more prominent. We switch our attention to that. So we intentionally do not make a choice of what is our object of attention. We just let the body choose whatever sensation or emotion is asking for attention. We take the attention there.
But aren't we making a choice by saying that we are going to observe the most prominent sensation? We are making a choice.
Right. In a sense, yes, we are the choice. We're making a choice to meditate. We're not making a choice on what to meditate on.
Okay, so you're saying that when there's a number of emotions, the prominent one will be so prominent that it will demand attention. So
Yeah.
we have no choice except to focus on that one instead of focusing on the ones which are less prominent.
Right. We say, okay, if that is the most prominent emotion, let me look at it in a different manner. As I said, vipassana. So let me not either feed it or resist it, but let me just watch it. So if it is asking for attention, I will give it attention, but I will also give it in a new perspective, that I will not feed it or resist it. I will just watch it, observe it, let it be there, allow it.
So since you have mentioned Vipassana here, the question then is that so we observe in Vipassana, in this case in choices awareness, we look at the most prominent emotion and we observe, but then I'm not still getting how to get the insight, like what am I, so when I examine it, then I'm supposed to conclude something from it. At least this is what we have learned in the Goenkaji's courses, that when we examine it, we find that when we're examining the emotion or observing it in the form of a sensation in the body, slowly after some time it may disappear, and then the insight that develops is that, oh well, it was temporary, this is impermanent, and so therefore there was no cause to worry. So is that the insight we're looking at, or basically it will just depend every time we examine or observe the particular sensation, then a different insight may arise? I mean, how does this is the point where I'm confused.
Right. In Vipassana, we generally so there are two ways to learn things. One is that we kind of assume that this is the insight, and then kind of look for that insight in our observation. The other is that we open and say, let's see what insight comes to me. In the second one is very, very useful, because that becomes your own insight, and it's not in an insight somebody told you that this should happen, right? So with that encouragement, the encouragement is to look at the way things are, the reality of things, rather than the assumption of things. We should look at, let me see the reality of it, right? I can tell you that Buddha clearly mentioned what he discovered. He discovered that when he looked at the reality of it, he found that not almost, everything that he looked at had three attributes. It was dukkha, it was anatta, and it was, anatma, right? Anatma, anitya, and dukkha. So he clearly told us that these were the attributes. We can keep this as an hypothesis that we will also find whenever we look at something, we'll find that these three attributes are there in whatever we're looking at. But I think the best attitude is to look at it and say, what it is made of? Why is it happening? Does it have a starting and ending? Does it have a peak and a fall? Does it also increase when I feed it? Does it also increase when I resist it? As for example, I am saying it's an assumption, right? It's an assumption. Can we validate that? And if not, what else? How, it become, if you become curious and investigative, you get a lot more insights. Otherwise, you start to believe things than have insights, because beliefs remains in the head, insights, reach your body and natural instinct. For example, we read a lot. I take this example a lot, that we have a lot of WhatsApp messages on how should we live. We should have this. We should have love for everybody. We should have this. We should have this, and beautiful, inspiring messages. It just remains in our head. None of that comes in our instinct, because it has not become our knowledge. It has not become instinctive. So believing in it is a good starting point. Allowing it to become instinctive behavior can only be done when you investigate it and reach to the same conclusion yourself. So Vipassana primarily says, try to look at reality and investigate it. How are, there's a saying in the Thai forest tradition, the way things are, right? It's a very small phrase. Interestingly, it is not giving you the answer. How are the way things? It's saying, look at the way things are, rather than telling you the way things are, XYZ, the things operate like this, things don't operate like this. When you look at inside you, you will find this. When you look inside, you will not find this. It just says that look inside and look the way things are. The insight that we generate when we look at the way things are for ourselves in our experience becomes instinctive insight, and goes from your head to your instinct, your bodily actions, your natural response.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other question?
Actually, one more, you said that the Buddha found that each sensation or any emotion had three qualities, dukkha and anitya and anat.
Anat, yeah.
Anat. So in the Goenkaji's meditation Vipassana, they don't teach us about anat. So could you focus a little bit on that?
Yeah. So that's actually very good point, because I also had the same questions, and when I learned that how much anatma is also equally important, right? So anatma primarily, in a uh, nutshell, means the way things are. There is no uh, ownership to it. They are not me. They are not mine. They are not. There's non-self that, as Buddhism says. So you find that in addition to the fact that things are impermanent, they are non-self also, right? Which primarily means that, do we have ownership on what is going on, or they're just happening because of causes and conditions, right? It's a very deep and difficult concept to accept, that things are happening because of causes and conditions, because then the other questions of free will comes in. How much free will is there? uh, but it is important to investigate how, whatever we are investigate, whatever we are finding out in the present moment, is it happening because of causes and conditions, or is how much me is there? We generally treat it as me. If there is pain, it feels like my pain. If it is joy, it feels like my joy. But is it because of me, or is it because of the causes and conditions that is happening? So when we investigate, Buddha found out that things are impermanent. They arise, they, they come, they take their peak and go away. And also, things are happening because of their own causes as conditioning. The sense of self, or the sense of me, that we feel as real as we feel most, in our body and mind, is actually an illusion. It's actually a thought. If you look at that thought like any other thought, it will have its arising and passing. It will pass away, and you will see, oh, the sense of self is also something that was created inside me. So the ownership of what is happening inside us, what is happening, suddenly starts to melt, and you start to feel that, a lot of this is non-self. So I'm not sure whether I was clear about that or not, but it's definitely a lot more bigger and deeper than 15 minutes that we could get. But what I have found personally is that it is very important, equally important, if not more, than the anitya that we kind of focus, or put emphasis on in the meditation. It's equally important, and in many cases maybe more important, to recognize and realize as the nature of reality.
But then, isn't it something just like saying, "Oh, destiny"? So it's like, well, so for example, we're always told that work hard and you will get success. But then we work hard and we don't get success. Then we're told, "Oh, well, you know what? Along with your hard work, it's also destiny." So basically, what you're saying is that the non-self means that we can do our bit, but negative and good things may happen because of causes and consequences of their own. So then it's basically, we didn't contribute, we did what we could, and still things happen. So it's a bit like destiny, right?
So I won't call it destiny, because destiny kind of assumes that things are predestined, right? There is no control over the things. What I'm saying is that everything has causes and conditions, which means that, for example, if you have a certain nature, you know if somebody has a certain particular nature, his because of his tendencies and nature and circumstances, person will have a particular response. Now, that response depends on what caused it, what was the instinctive nature of that person, and obviously the effort that the person put in to be aware of it and maybe change it, right? So there's so many things which came together to have a result. And as you rightly said, we did our bit, these circumstances and causes did their bit, and a combination of that came out as a result. So it's not in the pure terms as destiny, because we did our bit, the circumstances and causes and conditions did their bit, and depending on which had the largest impact, the result came out. So it's not destiny in that sense, but it's definitely not the complete sense of self that we feel that it happened because of me, I did this, these are all my faults, my problems, I am like that. Whether it is guilt, whether it is anxiety, whether it is pride, all of it feels so mine, that they are not, they're actually because of so many things that we have accumulated in ourselves that they are arising.
Yeah, I noticed that again. You took examples, negative examples, and
No.
uh, yeah, I mean, like, what? Because you're talking a situation where, oh, I am guilty and my fault. But what if, like, there are situations where you didn't do anything and you were made to suffer some injustice, and so you're saying that we should not, we should say, oh, it's not my injustice, I'm not getting it. Like this whole idea of the non-self is, it's good intellectually, and I guess that's all that one does. We just follow it intellectually. But I'm not beyond that. I don't really get it, So anyway, but I guess you said 15 minutes is too short a time to explain it.
Yeah, yeah. 15 minutes is too short a time, and it took a lot of time to even intellectually grasp it. And later on, once you try to intellectually see it and you investigate in your inside you, in whatever experiences you have, and rather than putting an assertion that this is non-self, this is anitya, or this is anitya, or this is anatta, you put a question. Rather than saying ये अनित्य है, ये क्या ये अनित्य है, या rather than saying ये non self है, we put a question, क्या ये non self है, which means we are open to both the answers,
Mhm.
right? You're not assuming something, you're open to both the answers. And once we are open to both the answers, you're much more likely to accept what you find out,
Mhm.
because then you yourself found it out. So I think the best way is to keep questioning and keep the questions open when we investigate.
Mhm.
Buddha said that it is non-self. Have we looked at it and found it ourselves? Maybe it is not. Right? Maybe Buddha was wrong. That's okay. Can we find it out ourselves?
But this whole idea of questioning is, I find it fantastic intellectually, but I don't know how productive it would be, because if all of us are trying to escape negative and toxic states of mind, then sometimes it just helps if we have predestined answers. So, for example, in Goenkaji's Vipassana, we said, oh, well, like, observe your emotions in the form of sensations and you'll find they're impermanent. And so you sit down to observe them and you say, I'm looking for impermanence. And so, that way you just get help to deal with those negative emotions, right? So similarly, if I say, oh, well, all these negative things that happen to me, it's just a non-self, so then I get help to deal with it and I can move on in life. But if I say that, oh, all this is knowledge which others found, I'm not going to accept it. I'm just going to examine it for myself and then see what happens. And if I examine it and I find that this sensation of pain is permanent, or that it is not the non-self, it is the self, then it's going to be quite disastrous to get rid of those negative and toxic states of mind. So this idea of questioning is very interesting intellectually, but I don't know how beneficial it will be if the answers found actually promote the negative emotion rather than destroy it.
So very interesting. I think it basically boils down to whether we can, whether we believe in what we found as really truth, whether we believe that we can find the truth or not. Even if we find that uh, we find for this moment there are some things which are, we find that they are permanent. It's okay. The next moment we may find something else. The next moment we may find something else. The next situation we may find something else. So what I think there are two things that to notice. One is that the real understanding, the real understanding only happens through insight that is personal, right? Everything else is just what we call, superficial understanding. And superficial understanding not in a derogatory manner, it helps. When, for example, you are in a trauma and I ask you to go and investigate it yourself, it's not a good advice. If somebody is in a trauma, the best advice that person is to give is to be assertive that this is just temporary, this will go away. A lot of people felt the same trauma, they came out of it, you will also come out of it, right? So in some cases you definitely need that superficial balm also, right? But we need to understand that superficial balm is actually superficial. If we try to make it as the understanding, it's not going to help. And I believe, and again, in the spirit of questioning, we should go ahead and try it. If we assume things, that if I keep saying that this thing is anitya, 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 and it will help me, let's go ahead and try it. Let's find out whether it helps instinctively my behavior towards changing things as being changing. If my behavior towards things doesn't become anitya, right, then there's no point in assuming that things are anitya.
Can you tell me what you mean by if my behavior towards things does not become anitya? What does this mean? So when we do meditation, then are we looking to make our behavior towards things anitya? I'm not getting that bit.
It basically means that when things are happening to us, whether it is circumstances or our own emotions, what is our instinctive response? If our instinctive response is that we feel that it is doomed. For example, if I ask uh, very simple things, if you ask a child who has failed in an exam, right, the child will say, I'm doomed. Tell him that, it's just small temporary thing, next exam you will pass, understand this. But the instinctive response is so drastic, assuming that this is permanent, this is the way things are, this is, it will have a long term effect, this is like this next exam also I may fail, because so many other things starts to happen. And similarly for positive things, ask a newly married couple, right? They will say, our love that we are feeling right now is permanent, we will be like this for whole of our life. And ask somebody who has been married for 25 years, yeah, so nothing is permanent. Does our behavior when we see something says that, okay, this is the current emotion, it's going to change, right? Whether it is positive or it is negative, our instinctive response, if it is like that, this is the current behavior, this is the current situation because of the causes and conditions, and it is going to change, then we have realized the anitya in our life. Otherwise we are assuming anitya, and maybe we are assuming on even more minute form of our sensations, that sensations are anitya. But if it doesn't come in your life, then it is not internalized in us. It becomes either cerebral knowledge or maybe a knowledge that is limited to the sitting hours of meditation.
So what you basically meant was that when you said that has our behavior become anitya, so what you were saying was that if anitya is the insight that I got through my meditation, have I incorporated that insight in my behavior? That is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
And
There is a hypothesis that the way things are anitya, but if that becomes my insight, then in every response, I will see it. In every condition, I will see it. And similarly for anatta also, in every situation and every experience, I will see this is not me and mine. Why am I taking personally? Right? This is because of the causes and conditions, including my causes and my conditions. How my mental makeup is. If, for example, if you responded badly to somebody or somebody responded badly to you, right? We take it so personally as if there was a person inside us, who is feeling that hurt. It's not. It's because of the combination of causes and conditions, including the cause of this mind and body interacting with some other mind and body. And because of that interaction, something happened. There's nothing personal in it. for me to feel bad about it. So that understanding only develops if we question at the smaller level. You see a mood inside you and say, is it me? Is it mine? So mera kya hai? If I'm able to see it, then it's already happening and I'm seeing it. So something is seeing it and something is happening inside me. So two must be different. So once you start to question that, you start to realize with smaller moods, smaller emotions, smaller sensations, and then you start to take it to your day-to-day life and start to see the reality there also. The way things are in day-to-day life, as per Buddha and his hypothesis, are anitya and anatma. They are non-self and they keep changing. So we'll start to see that in every aspect of our life. That is what the goal of meditation is.
So I have a follow-up question. Like, this is a question that has been raised, I think, in those Vipassana camps as well. This whole idea of anitya and anatma, the whole idea of meditation to be detached. But once we are detached, then it becomes so difficult to, do certain things in our work. And that is what Goenkaji says. He said this. He says it, in his discourse that people say, how do I do my work? Because everybody is emotionally attached to their work. So just to take a very real example, I told you last time I'm an artist. And so Friday I did this painting and I made the background and the painting is completely ruined. Now there's no way it can be redone. I mean, so I made the still life and then still life was all lovely. And then I made the background and the painting got ruined with the background. Now the thing is that I'm supposed to be detached and I'm supposed to, but then how do I remedy it by being detached? You see, because either
So
I lose interest. So I say, okay, well, this, okay, this is not my, okay, fine, so I just say, don't remedy it. Because to me, it seems that the remedying must happen only if I have attachment, right? The remedy must, in this example, or anything. So or for example, I have been the subject of some injustice and I must fight it out. Let me go and lodge a police complaint. But I can only do it if I'm attached to it. If I'm detached, then I'm not doing it. So how to do all the works in life by being detached? It seems impossible because we've always done them when we're attached.
absolutely, this is this is the biggest dilemma. If you get really past this, then I think you will get enlightened, right?
It is so tough.
No, but I'll tell you my take. My take. I think, as I said about the emotions, our natural and instinctive understanding is that when we get an emotion, we feed it or resist it. We have not learned a third way. Right? Similarly, for action also, right? The worldly action, we have just only learned two ways. One is either fear that because I'm afraid that the results will be bad, or a greed, right? And both are forms of attachment. If I'm not attached either by fear of it or a greed of it, I will not act, right? तो लेथार्जिक हो जाएंगे हम, बिकॉज अगर हमें डर ही नहीं है किसी रिजल्ट का, या फिर कोई इंस्पिरेशन या ग्रीड ही नहीं है उसके पॉजिटिव होने का, तो व्हाई वुड आई एक्ट? आई वुड जस्ट लाई अराउंड एंड बी लेथार्जिक. Because the answer is because we have not learned the third way. We have not learned that there is a very easy answer to most of the things, which is in the sense of spirit of questioning. Try that out. Try to be lethargic. Try to not do anything, either through greed or through fear, and see the amount of boredom and the guilt that you get. Right? So if that strategy gives you guilt and boredom, it's not a good strategy. It's very clear. If that strategy gives you depression, because most of the people who don't act will either get into guilt, fear, and or depression कि मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं रहा हूँ. Right? So that is clearly in the investigative sense is not a good strategy. What Buddha and every religion and every tradition says is that we already know what is the right thing to do in every situation. By the way, right? We already know what is right. It's just that we need a reason to do it. Right? If I ask you intellectually, if the same situation that you are in, if you're a peer or a very good friend, absolutely close friend was in the same situation, right? What advice would you give that person? Right? That advice is already inside you. You would say, don't worry about it. Redo it. Just go ahead and redo it. Right? Your answer would be take the emotion out, just act. Right? So we know the answer. We just have to, we know the answer because we would have given it to our best friend. If we just have to give the same answer to ourselves, that keep the emotion out, let's act. Let's act with whatever we know is the right thing to do in this situation. And let's keep the emotion out, because emotions are in any case impermanent. They're in any case result of causes and conditions. So let's keep the emotions out and let's do the right thing. In our traditions, we say call it dharma, duty. Kya hai? This time, you have a dharma for your family, you have dharma for job, you have dharma for something. What is the duty, right thing to do at this moment? You just do it. So there is a way to act. We just don't know how to act without fear and greed. When we understand and start to get these insights that you're talking about, that way becomes more and more clear. We even start to act for the sake of acting, that this is the condition, it demands this response, and I'm responding. I'm not looking for क्या होगा इसका रिजल्ट होगा पॉजिटिव होगा नहीं होगा, क्यों इस सिचुएशन को इसका सही रिस्पॉन्स यही है और मैं कर रहा हूं या कर रही हूं.
Just a question, like you said that there are two ways of acting that we know is fear and greed. So, I mean, I would think that in this case, you are referring to greed as not something negative but neutral. Because if I look at it like, so when I'm making the painting, yeah, I have the greed because I love making still life. So I take this object and I want to make it and I want to make it really like the object with all the light and shade. So, are you saying, is that my greed then? It may not be negative like stealing or something or killing, but
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
there is that greed? So you're looking at it in a very neutral way. I mean, it's not a negative greed in that sense.
It's not a negative in the sense of a greed like stealing or theft, but it is a greed of the positive feeling that I want to feel good about it. If it turns out to good, then I feel good. If it turns out to be good, maybe it will others will appreciate. There are so many things that you expect, you know that if things turn out to be good, I expect it to be this way, or if turn out to be bad, I fear that they will be bad, right? So you have either have a fear of things turning out bad, or you have an expectation that they will turn out good. So that is what I think I meant by fear and greed. So you have a fear of failure and greed of success.
So you're saying that, so in my example of when I'm making a still life painting, so I'm looking at the object and I'm making it. So I should have no expectation that, oh, I want to make this object exactly as it looks. I should just do my work and keep my mind free from the expectation. That's what you're saying. Just do the
Yes,
action, just act. That's what you're
yes.
saying.
And I think we should all try it out sometimes to see whether it's better or not. It's generally we will learn the third way.
The other thing is you mentioned dharma as duty, but like what we have learned is dharma is swabhav, like sugar is sweet. So that is the dharma of sugar, and water is wet. So that is the dharma of water. So are you then saying that, like I would have told my friend, oh, just redo it. So I know the advice which I could give to my friend. So I can give it to me, to myself. So you feel that that is the dharma at this moment. So are you saying
Yes,
that, so by using the word
absolutely.
duty, are you saying that at this moment the dharma is to redo it? So are you saying that you may use the word duty, but actually you're talking of something as fundamental as swabhav?
Exactly. Duty is actually, Indian words are much better than the English translation. So duty has that
Nature,
connotation,
nature,
right?
nature.
Dharma, nature. For example, if you're walking and you're walking with somebody and the person next to you stumbles, right? You immediately your hand goes out and you try to take hold that person. You don't think that what will I get when if I stop that person from falling. There is no greed, there is no desire, there is nothing. It's a natural dharma, it's instinctive in us. If we take our cloud of the mind that creates, there is everything instinctive in us, right? Right. It's very instinctive for us to help somebody when they are in need. It is very instinctive us to love somebody when when you find some for example, people love children a lot because there is nothing else in that. There is no their past, they have their past deeds, they have done right or wrong. They're just very pure, so you love. It's very instinctive. Many of these things are very instinctive. There are dharmas, there are bodies dharmas, so our body and mind knows what is right to be done. If we just keep our fear and desires out, the dharma will automatically reveal to itself and say, this is the right thing to do, let's do it.
Mm, mm, Yeah, so dharma here basically you're saying that whatever word we use, dharma basically means that we have to see what is to be done in that situation, and that thing that is to be done could be the only thing, that is the only way. It just comes naturally, that which comes
Yes,
naturally in that situation, irrespective of
absolutely,
by whatever name called. Mm,
absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Mhm. I don't have any further questions for the
Okay,
moment.
so in any case, I think we're out of time also. I just wanted to spend next couple of minutes on let's take a break for 1 hour. We'll come back at 2:15. uh, we just let's use the time for the food that we eat, the lunch that we'll have, for doing continuing our meditation, which means that whatever we are eating, we try to put our attention to the taste of it, to the feeling of it, right? And there are all senses are our senses that we can use to meditate on. The senses, uh, sensations are one of them, but sight, smell, taste, sound, all of them are senses that we can meditate on. So let's meditate on the sense of taste while we are eating. One of the eating meditation that I find very useful is to just eat one kind of food. For example, if you're eating a chapati and a roti, roti and sabzi. Uh, for us, especially Indians, my teacher taught me this. Take just one bite of chapati. Don't add anything like a sabzi or anything. Just eat the raw bite of chapati, and taste it, chew it till it lasts. Very slowly taste it and chew it. We will notice that it has its taste of its own, right? We don't eat it regularly, that is why we don't realize it, but it has a taste of its own. And because it has a taste of its own, because of the novelty of that taste, we can put our attention to it. Otherwise our attention again very easily goes into thinking and other things. So intentional eating of something which has just one taste and is new to us is very useful. But don't eat all the chapatis without the without the sabzi. Just try it out one or two bites to just have a sense of what the eating meditation is all about. And then rest of the time just eat the regular food in the regular way that we eat, but keep our attention on the taste and the texture of it, maybe the feeling of it in our hands. It helps.
I just have a question. I'm sorry I asked so many questions, but I
That's
hope
okay.
I don't bother the others. But that's how I am, questioning everything. So
That's okay.
I'll be eating with my mom. So she doesn't meditate. So do you suggest that I eat alone then? Because then I won't be able to meditate. So this time I can eat alone.
It's your choice. If you can do it, if you cannot, it's okay.
What
Whatever
is I want to do the meditation, so it's preferable than eat it
it's
alone.
preferable is eat it alone. Try
Okay.
to not kind of mix it with talking also.
Okay.
But if you cannot, don't make it a burden. Yeah, just eat
No,
it
no.
with the regular people.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll come back at 2:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. If you're still around, can you switch on your cameras? Okay, so in this session, we'll meditate for next 40 minutes or so on mindfulness of uh, motions and the guided meditation, so that we all meditate together. So let's close our eyes and sit in a comfortable posture. Let's start by collecting our mind and bringing it to the body. Anything that you can feel in the body. Let's remain there for some time. Let's relax the body and all the muscles of the body, starting with your forehead, your face, shoulders, the chest, your hands, your legs. Now let's bring our attention to the contents of the mind. What is the mood in the mind? Let's identify it. What is the texture of the mind? You can find that the contents of the mind can be pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, like everything else in the world. Can we be just an observer of the one without getting entangled into it, without resisting it, without getting drawn into it? What is it that your mind is feeling? There's nothing right or wrong in how the mind is feeling. It's just based on causes and conditions. It's its natural response to the causes and conditions it has faced or is facing right now. It's following its dharma. If the causes and conditions are favorable, there will be pleasant feeling in the mind. If the causes and conditions are unfavorable, there will be unpleasant feelings in the mind. And if there are none, you may have neutral feeling in the mind. It's just the way it is. Abiding in the one who knows, the one who sees, the one who recognizes, the one who discerns, makes you dissociated with the contents of the mind. The goal is not to change the contents from unfavorable to favorable, but to learn to be an observer. The feelings of the mind based on the causes and conditions will arise, will increase, and cease. It follows its own law and is impermanent. It doesn't last. It changes with the causes and change of the conditions. And if I can observe its arising and ceasing, it's not me, because I am the one who's observing it. You can hold your emotions, make them conscious, and have compassion towards it, whatever emotions are there. You will notice that the mind will keep on thinking about something that is in your mind right now, or thinking about what I'm saying, analyzing it, and maybe that is generating an emotion, agreeable or disagreeable, just an emotion that has arisen because you just heard something and that was its condition. As soon as you recognize it, go to the raw emotion, raw feeling, rather than the thoughts, the thinking. How does it feel, both in the body and in the mind? Whatever comes, it could be any feeling, it could be feeling of energetic energy, it could be feeling of dullness, dreariness because of food, it could be feeling of boredom, it could be a feeling of aversion because of some pain in the body. Whatever is there, we just have to change our relation to it. We are trying to understand it, we're trying to watch it, and most importantly, we are trying to let it be, not because we like it, because it's already there. Learn the skill of differentiating between thought, which is like a bubble, and a real feeling you can feel in the body, in the mind, as if somebody, psychologist, asks you, how are you feeling? You'll have to go inside, check, and then answer him. That going inside and checking is the observation skill we need to develop. Whenever you find you're again getting lost in thoughts, bring it back. Bring it back to the raw, real feeling in the present moment, in your body, in your mind. Occasionally, check your face, your forehead, your shoulders, your neck. If you've accumulated any stress, any tension, any contraction of muscles, just relax them. Bring that half smile back. And with that smiling attitude, look at what's going on in the mind. alert but also relaxed, observing but also allowing. This is the attitude of the person. Then open your eyes. Take if you want to take a couple of minutes, then we can take a couple of minutes, and after that we'll do another round of walking meditation. So, because we are a small group, I just wanted to check. Uh, should we do walking meditation or another round of sitting meditation before we do the last 30 minutes of Q&A?
I just have a question. What we did just now, the mindfulness of emotions, like in that we were not supposed to look at the sensations, only what was going on in our minds, right?
Yes. Emotions of the mind.
Okay, but when I did it, like I found nothing in the mind, despite the fact that before that there was a lot which was happening.
If you find that nothing in the mind, it can be a neutral feeling of the mind. In that case, you can come to body so that mind doesn't get lost.
Okay, then we can examine the bodily sensations.
Yeah. So when I say emotions of the mind, they generally it can be strong emotions or they can be just the normal uh, regular emotions of the mind also. Very similar to sensations, they can be strong sensations or the regular sensations. So all of them are something that we can observe. But if there is nothing that we are able to find, then the mind will get lost. So in that case, we should bring it to the uh, more obvious objects of attention, which are breath and sensations.
Um,
So should we do walking meditation or sitting meditation? What is preferable to
To
all
me,
of you?
at least to me, I think the sitting meditation with Vipassana could be helpful. I think that if you could guide us on that Vipassana meditation, we could do that. That's my view.
For others,
Both are fine, whichever one.
okay. So yeah, Deepaji, you were saying something. We can't hear you. Okay, then maybe we can continue with sitting meditation itself. Okay, so we'll do another 25 minutes of sitting meditation, and then we'll follow it with the Q&A and closing. Okay, let's again start our practice. Relax your body and mind. Now that we have done mindfulness of sensations, mindfulness of breath, and mindfulness of emotions, feelings, of the mood of the mind, the mind is calm enough. You can also try what we call choiceless awareness. We choose as anchor that we will come back to if we don't find anything that is drawing our attention. It could be breath. So we just look inside our mind body complex and see whatever you're feeling or sensing, what is the most prominent thing. We analyze that, or to use a better word, we observe that. We make that as our object of attention, as our object of meditation. We remain with that till it demands attention. Maybe something else in the body or mind in that time starts to pop up. It could could be a sensation in some other part of the body, or it could be a feeling in the mind that arose at that time. We can shift to that and make that as something that we want to look at, observe. The attitude on all of these things is to be non judgmental awareness, is to be an allowing attitude. You allow that sensation, you allow that feeling to be what it is without terming it good or bad, without wanting more of it, less of it. As if you're watching a show and you're allowing the show to reveal itself, allowing the story to reveal itself with time. You're not choosing what you want to be aware of. You're just choosing to be aware. Whatever is the prominent one, whatever draws your attention, you give it that attention, but with a different attitude. with a non-judgmental attitude, with letting go of any energies that draws you into it or away from it. Whatever is the most prominent thing that you experience. It could be a sensation of the body because of the long sitting that we have been doing, or it could be a feeling in the mind because it has been analyzing what has been said. Whatever is the most prominent thing, just observe that, make it conscious, go towards it as if you want to investigate it like a scientist. Give it the attention it has been demanding, but with a different attitude. Attitude of being awake, relaxed, alert, non-judgmental, and letting go of any desire resist it, or any desire, want more of it. In our day to day life, so many things, so many emotions, so many feelings ask for our attention. We give it that, but now we learn to give it with a different attitude. Now we are not in trance, in autopilot mode, just responding with our animal instincts, the situations, instincts of positive or negative. This time we'll be awake, alert to what is asking attention. And we have a non judgmental attitude towards it. Because everything is happening based on causes and conditions. You can open your eyes now. Okay, we take some questions.
Rajesh, I have written a question in the chat box. Could you please respond to that?
Yeah. I think let me first read it. There could be two situations. Either we don't feel any emotion, prominent or not, so it does not get represented in the form of sensations in the body, or we feel an emotion, but it does not get represented in the, or we do not feel it in the form of sensations in the body. Then how can we do insight meditation or vipassana? Should we just observe the sensation that arise in the body and try to determine their nature in order to get our own insight? But insight about what? Since we are not feeling any sensations related to any emotions, should we focus on the sensations produced by external factors such as feeling the fan's air on our skin, given that these sensations do not wane if we keep on observing them? Is our aim to develop insight about such sensations? Or should we focus on those sensations that arise in the body itself, such as pain or waves, etc., irrespective of external forces such as fan? So, I'm not sure. Can you just summarize your question?
Yeah, actually, so what I understand is like at times, at least I have felt it this way that when I'm feeling an emotion, it is not necessarily being reflected in the form of sensations in the body, or it is being reflected, but I have not developed the capacity to, decipher those sensations. That is one. Or like I told you in the previous session, I did not feel any emotion. So then obviously, if I'm not feeling any emotion in the mind, then it will not be reflected in the body. So, in both these situations, what is happening is that the sensations in the body are those which are of the body anyway, irrespective of emotion. Because, as I said, either the situation is that I'm not feeling any emotion in my mind, so it's not getting represented in the form of sensations, or I'm feeling emotion in my mind, but it is not getting represented in the form of sensations in the body because of my incapacity to view those sensations, or because it is not getting represented. So, in such a situation, what should we do? What I do is that I just examine or observe the sensations and uh, like then try to develop my own insight from it. This is what we have been doing in those 10-day courses. Like, so every morning, for example, I sit for my 1 hour meditation, and it is not necessarily like today morning also. At that point, I'm not feeling any emotion, negative, positive, no anger, no happiness. It's just normal. Got up in the morning and do my work. So my question is that are we supposed to do vipassana only when we are feeling some emotion and it can be seen in the form of sensations or not? I assume the answer is no. That vipassana can be done anytime. That is my first question. My second question is that one are those sensations which arise from the body, like those waves which come, or there might be pain or anything, or itching. One is those which are dependent on external agencies, like there is a fan which is throwing its air on me. So the fan throwing its air on me, I can look at the sensation, but what insight will I develop regarding it? So should I focus on those sensations, or should I focus on those sensations which arrive or arise from the body itself, such as the waves or the pain? That's all.
Yeah. So, I think the when we do formal sitting meditations, and when Goenkaji teaches that we look at sensations, the first goal is to make our mind more sharper and more sensitive, right? So, for example, as you said, if there is the fan's air and I'm feeling that sensation, what is the insight that I'm getting from it? If you ask somebody who has not sit for many courses, and you say, can you feel the sensation of the fan, or can you feel the sensation of in your toe in your sitting? You said, what kind of sensation? There's no sensation, right? because the mind is not sharp enough to feel that. So one thing is that we need to go and make our mind sharper and sharper so that it can feel more and more subtler sensations and emotions, both. Right. So that is one goal, and the second goal is this is primarily the goal where we teach the mind to go and be exclusive of everything else. Right. Forget everything else. Just focus on this. Even for a sensation of air on the body, of fans air on the body, if you keep looking at it, you will find subtler and subtler aspect of the same sensation. You will find you are going deeper and deeper into the sensation. The sensation is breaking down into more parts of it. Right? So what we are trying to do is that we are making the mind much more sensitive to sensations. That is one big benefit of that. And the second is that we are able to control the mind. That whenever it is getting lost, we are bringing it back to something. Those are the two big goals of samatha practices. In Vipassana, where, by the way, let them say, I'm saying about the purest Vipassana that is taught in the literature. Goenkaji does mention some aspect of that in the course also. For example, when he says, look at it, but samata bhav se dekhna hai. That samata bhav is actually part of Vipassana. Right? That bhav is the attitude. With what attitude we have to look at it. So Vipassana means whatever you see, you don't have to go and analyze that it is because of the manifestation of an emotion or not, or with this emotion or that emotion. We see, we just see it from a distance. We disidentify with it, right? We see it as happening rather than happening to me. So we create that gap, we create that distance between whatever we are seeing and the point of seeing. What that does is that it reduces the identification with what is going on. Right? Because in the end, we find the biggest cause of all our suffering is the identification going on because of causes and conditions. Right? Because of the causes and conditions, whatever is going on could be pleasant and unpleasant in itself. It is the basic law of nature that if you hit somebody with a hammer on his head or knee, it will create pain. There is there's nothing there's nothing called identification in it. It is the body's response. When you hit body with something, it responded with something called unpleasant. Right? Now we can see that unpleasant and say it is because of causes and conditions. There's nothing, mysterious about it. There is nothing me about it. If I treat it, it will go away. The suffering that we create by identifying with it will reduce drastically. Similarly, the positive emotions can happen, positive feeling sensations can happen in our body. And more importantly, when it turns to emotions, it is very difficult to see it that way. If somebody who has been, if for example, let's take the extreme example, if somebody loses a loved one, there will be grief in the mind. It's a very natural response of the mind, very similar to being body hit by a hammer. A mind is hit by a very uncomfortable situation, and its response is that it will take its time and it will heal. Like the body, similarly, the mind will take its time and heal. When we start to identify with it, either in a positive manner or a negative manner, that creates suffering. So the Vipassana is about looking at what is happening the way it is already happening, and reducing our identity to it. When we say we are lost, that actually is the other side of the coin, means that we have identified with it. Because if we are lost, then literally we will have a very instinctive response to it, uh, which is identified response. So you will have a response which is reactive. For example, if something bad happens, you'll have anger, then you'll have ruminations that are going on in the body because we are lost and we can't see it that this is happening. As soon as you see it, you stop, you at least stop feeding it and resisting it, and it will have its time and go away. That is, I think, the biggest difference between uh, the practice that we do with sitting meditation and when we bring it to life. When we bring it to life, we need to start to have this attitude of continuously bringing our attention to whatever is happening. No, nothing special that we are looking for it. Like in meditation, I want to look for breath, I want to look for sensations. Whatever is happening, we just should not be lost. That is one. In our thoughts, we should be aware of what is going on inside our head. And when we are aware of it, then can we have that gap with what is going on, and we are observing it. We let our emotions be what it is and not feed them, because our body and mind are part of nature, and they will respond to circumstances around us. So let them respond.
So my question, like that, should we do vipassana only when there is some sensation related to an emotion? The answer is no. We can do it anytime, basically.
Yes, we can do
And
it anytime. It's
and
meant to be done at any time.
okay, so it could feel those sensations which are not related to the to any particular big emotion. It could just be the normal sensations of the body that we examine.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
You
the
just
other,
say you just say that this emotion is because of the fan, and it's perfectly fine.
yeah, I mean, like suppose normally when I sit down to do my vipassana, I'm just feeling those waves, and so I just look at them for 2-3 minutes, like we have been advised, and then move on. So,
Yeah,
yeah, and the other thing is like when we are in a really negative situation, like we are feeling very worried, or if there's fear, anger, anything, then like we've been told that we can just sit and try to focus on it, just look at that negative emotion and it will slowly go away. And it has happened to me. So recently, some maybe 1 month ago, I was feeling this extreme, I don't know, some kind of negative emotion, mix of everything, panic and all. And then I just sat down, and for half an hour, 40 minutes, I just observed it. And it slowly went away. I could not observe it in my body, or it was more in my mind, and it slowly went away. But sometimes it doesn't go away. But my question is that in these situations, when these situations arise, is it really a good idea to either we sit down and we look at this emotion either in the mind or in the body, or we don't do it? I mean, like, what do you think? My experience has been like I have had 50% success. So, I mean, I'm willing to go ahead and do this strategy.
when you say sit down means, you stop doing what you're doing and sit down.
Yeah, so like when this happened was like, so I was working on my computer, and when I had this panic situation, then I said, okay, now how to deal with this panic. Obviously I was unable to continue doing my work on the computer, so I said, okay, I'll close my eyes and observe it. So I observed it. It was arising in my mind, and slowly after half an hour I found that it went away, so the panic went away, and then I could get back to my work. And then next time when it happened again, then I did the same. I implemented the same strategy, but it didn't really go away so soon. And then I came back to my work, and slowly my attention got busy in my work. So this strategy is, well, I mean, the point is when we are sitting, like this was not some formal sitting, and like I do every morning. It just happened the afternoon, and I did it. So my question is that when these kind of negative emotions arise, one way is to, well, I'll just busy myself in my work. The second way is I'll observe this negative emotion either in the body or in the mind, which is what I did, and I obtained 50% success. The third way is I'll sit down to do my formal vipassana sitting. So, which one do you think is the most effective? I mean, like I said earlier, also these vipassana sittings are supposed to be done when the mind is calm. And when I'm panicking, then how will I do them? But as you said, even when the mind is panicking, then also if you do them, they are quite helpful. So,
Yeah,
what do you suggest? I mean,
yeah. So I think the first option that you gave, which is busy yourself with something else, is actually running away from that, which is resisting it.
yeah.
The second is, which is looking at it. It's not about formally sitting, but just mentally looking at it,
Mm,
which is the right thing. But if you're looking at it with the hope that it will go away if I look at it, that's actually a very
mm,
subtle resisting,
mm,
because you want it to go away,
mm,
and you have discovered with your own experience that if I distract myself, it generally doesn't go away permanently. So let me look at it, because if I look at it, it will go away.
Hmm.
That's actually, there is a subtle desire for it to go away.
Hmm.
You just change your strategy from distracting the mind to looking at it. Now, why it still went away was the fact that just because you are aware of it, you're actually reduced your investment into it, right? Because if you're not aware of it, if you're lost, if you're distracting yourself, if you're doing something else, you're actually investing more into it, both in terms of either feeding or resisting. So just the fact that you became aware of it, even with the intention that it should go away, that itself is very powerful, which is what Samta teaches us. And that gives a lot of benefits. The real benefits, the real benefits come when we become aware of it and don't want it to go away. Because we see that it is there because of causes and conditions. It is just unpleasant. It has, it is nothing more than just unpleasant. It is there, let it be there. That as soon as you do that, it will go away with its natural pace. Whatever pace it has accumulated, whatever momentum it has accumulated, it will go away. And because we have not added anything into it, it will take its natural course. Whether it will go away in 1 minute, 5 minutes, 100, 10 minutes, 1 year, 2 year, we don't know, because it is natural response of the body. It is naturally going to wane away. And actually, we don't care also, because it's just unpleasant. And internally, truly, we are okay. That let it be there.
Yeah, I mean, like I agree with you. So basically, the like this is what I did. Like, so what I did was that I was looking at it and observing it and with neutrally. Then it went away. The second time it
Yes.
happened, I was observing it with the hope of it going away, and therefore I was not successful.
Yeah.
So, so what I'm trying to say is that when I'm observing it without any expectation, any desire, just completely neutrally, then also that is I'm doing vipassana only. I may not be sitting
Yes.
formally, but that is
That
vipassana.
is the vipassana. That you actually, you just said it very nicely. You learned it yourself with your own experience. That is the real insight. That when I look at it with the expectation that it goes away, it may not go away, and you will find it out. And so this is the true vipassana, and you can do it at any moment. You don't have to sit. You don't have to close your eyes. You don't have to do anything else. Just in the mind, flip the attitude, and that's vipassana.
Okay. And the other question I have is that this whole discourse, be it in Hinduism or Buddhism, all Indic discourses, like they always talk about not having desire, but then they don't really specify what kind of desire we're talking about. So in my previous example of painting, like if I'm, like you said, when I'm making the object, still life object, I should look at the object and make it without any expectation that I will make it very nice or others will like it. No expectation, just make it. So no desires. I can understand that. But then I do have the desire to make the object. I do have the desire to paint. I do have the desire to, do research and writing or whatever. So I do have those desires. So my question is then how do we draw the limits? Because we're supposed to have, or we should have, for example, we're told we should have the desire to meditate. Having that desire is not wrong. Having the desire to meditate is not wrong. But then having an expectation from the meditation, that desire is wrong. We should not have any expectation. We should not have any desire. We should just so my question is that all these Indic discourses on desire, they're very confusing that ways. I mean, of course, it comes with time. So now I've learned with time that I can have desire to meditate, I can have desire to paint, but I should not have desire to have any particular outcomes. And that's the whole idea. So, I mean, what is your thought? What thought on that?
Yeah. So they are confusing because our inherent dilemma is always there. So I think this is definitely very tricky on both sides. There are slippery slopes to both the answers. If I say all desires are fine, there's a slippery slope, and I say all desires are okay, there's a slippery slope. What I think really liked about one teacher that I was here listening to, and see, he tried to he tries to portray that desires, like any other emotions, is part of nature, right? It's part of our nature. What is important is that are we aware or awake at that time? For example, if you have a desire to paint, if you are aware of it and kind of dissociate with it, you're not asking the desire to go away. I think that's okay. It's a desire, so let the next action is to paint. And if the painting comes out to be not that successful, you you feel disappointed, and then you're awake at that time that yes, now there's disappointment. So the attitude that he recommended was that now there is desire to paint. Now I am painting. Now there is disappointment because the painting didn't come out right. Now I'm again having a desire to fix it. Now this, now this, now this. So if you're aware and awake, if the consciousness is always there, then you are letting the things which are natural part of this mind and this body responding to the situation. You let it, this is word called Sahaj Bhav. You let it flow. You let it flow in the conditions. If there is a condition and because of that condition, the desire has arisen. You watch, there is desire. And because of a disappointing result, there is disappointment, you watch it. So desires per se are not bad, they're just part of the human existence. But they are like all human existence, they are one of the thorns, right? Which hurt us very hard if we are not aware of it. Desire can turn very soon into very strong emotions, which, when identified, will hurt us very badly. Or everything that we hear as quote unquote negative emotions are because, or toxic emotions, because desires getting identified. It turns into anger, it turns into frustration, it turns into anxiety, it turns into so many things just because those things were not watched properly or were observed properly. You identified with it and you fed it, and a small thing became a snowball. At least that's what my understanding is. So, I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong, but I really like that explanation of that particular teacher. Where say desire per se are not wrong, because we all, as you said, there are positive desires and there are desires which are wholesome desires and unwholesome desires. But they're all desires. We want to meditate, and the biggest desire for many of us is we want to get enlightened. It is a desire. So you can just watch it without any judgment.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that's your view, and I mean, of course, I agree with you, understand, but I find that it's very kind of, like you said, it's a dilemma, because ultimately we all have a desire. I mean, we're all invested, for example, in this mindfulness and everything, because we're hoping to escape those toxic states of mind. It's just that when we're doing our meditations, we have to be very careful, and we should follow, that we should not have expectation. But ultimately, that's why we're doing it. Like, we want results. Like, everybody wants results. Like,
So,
so in
so
a way, there is.
no, this is what I'm saying is that there is a desire to get rid of toxic states, and we're watching it, and we're not saying that it is good or bad.
Hmm.
There is, because of this desire, we sit down and meditate. We're watching it, and we are not saying it is good or bad response. So the idea is you have a desire to meditate or get rid of toxic emotions. If you start to say this is bad, I should not have that desire, then you have a judgment over it, right? We need to have observation rather than judgment. You can have a judgment like it is bad desire, or you can have a judgment like it is a good desire. No, all of us should have these desires to get rid of toxic states. Obviously, desire to get rid of toxic states is a good thing to have, right? You can have a judgment over it. Yeah, it's a good thing, we should have it. Or you can have a judgment over it. No, all desires are bad because that literature says so, and I should not have it, right? But if you could transcend it and say there is desire and stop it at that point. There is desire, it is because of causes and conditions. Because I felt that I should get rid of toxic states. There is a desire which has come up, and you stop at that. There is desire. And you say, because of desire, I want to meditate. Okay, now I'm seeing myself wanting to meditate. Now you see yourself meditating. Now I am meditating. So your things are going on and you have transcended over it. Rather than invested into it, making judgment that this is right, this is wrong, I should do this or that. You transcend it and say, you're watching it. This is what is happening. That is the difference between when I say whether you are investing into it, whether you are feeding it or not. You could feed a desire to meditate, or you could feed a desire to get rid of toxic states, and you can definitely feed a desire to get enlightened enormously. Easily you can feed it. You feel like, I should get rid of toxic states. I should feel like I should get enlightened. There's so much of feeding to that desire. Rather than just saying, oh, there's a desire to meditate, there's a desire to get enlightened. Fine, it has arisen as if it has arisen somebody else, and you should just watch it. This is non-judgmental awareness. Or you, on the other hand, you can have a very strong view that all desires are bad, and as soon as you see a desire inside you, even to get rid of toxic states, you know, no, this is bad, and you want to push it away. So that is the investment that once happens, desires can go bad either way. But rather than investing into feeding it or resisting it, we could always have a choice to just watch it and say, oh, interesting, there's a desire to get enlightened, and I'm watching it. That means the one which is watching it is not thinking that I should get enlightened. Basically, that is already enlightened.
Basically, sorry, that is
that which is seeing these desires happening doesn't have any desire. It's already pure.
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't want anything.
Yeah, it doesn't want anything. Yeah, that's what, like, I was thinking that. So, this whole activity, like you are doing this course, and also all of us are invested in this, irrespective whether or not we attend the course. So many other things in life we do. So what I understand what you're saying, that instead of just thinking, oh, this is what I want to do, and keep thinking whether it's good or bad, well, if I want to do it, if I want to meditate, if I want to paint, well, go ahead and do it, rather than just spending our days.
But be aware while you're doing it. That is the most important thing. Be aware that you're wanting to do it, and be aware that now you're doing it. Be aware that the results are bad. Be aware that now my reaction is this.
So this is another question I had, is that, like, this whole idea of awareness, like, I don't know. I mean, so the purpose of being aware is basically to create that distance between the activity that I'm doing and myself, right? So if I'm aware that I'm painting, then that means that the one who's painting and the one who's aware are already at a distance. So the purpose of awareness is to create that detachment, that distance, right? If I understand correctly.
That's correct.
Okay, because if that is our whole purpose, to create the detachment, then the only way to do it is through that awareness. Is that what you're saying? Because then if we're aware, then we've already achieved that goal of a detachment.
Exactly. And that is why, for example, I still remember, Ajahn Sumedho, who's considered to be one of the most senior-most and most wise monks living in Thai Buddhist tradition. He has been teaching for last 50 years. Somebody like a Western monk and Western reporter came to him and said, can you summarize the whole Buddhism and all of your teaching of last 50 years to me in one paragraph? Right? He said, I don't need a paragraph. I just need a word, which is wake up. He said, there is nothing else that I need to teach. There is nothing else that is needed to be taught, except the fact that just wake up in the present moment, which means just be aware of what is going on.
So basically, when we are aware of something, then we are already in the present moment.
Yes.
So if I'm aware that I'm painting, so I've achieved two goals.
Awareness is only in the present moment.
Yeah. So I've achieved the goal of being detached, and I'm already in the present.
Absolutely.
Both the goals are
Absolutely.
achieved.
That there is no other goal other than being aware / waking up from being lost.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that, I mean, theoretically speaking, it seems like it's a lot of strain on the brain. It's strenuous for the brain to do the activity like painting or like meditating or anything, and at the same time being aware that I'm painting or meditating. So it's double strain on the brain. But actually, it's not that difficult, but it's still strain.
Actually, it's not. If you're doing it very consciously, and in the beginning, it feels like a strain. Otherwise, it's extremely peaceful, because all the non-peace was there in the identification. As soon as the identification drops away, there's only peace. It's actually, if you do it right, it's not a strain at all.
Okay. Yeah, I tried it with my painting last time, like you told me. So and yeah, it wasn't actually difficult, though I thought it would be. At times it feels difficult, but it's not always difficult. Like in fact, when I felt that, so I became aware that I'm painting, and immediately I felt I was more in control of the painting.
Yeah, that's the experience of most of us also. That we feel that when if we stop attachments, we will not act. If we stop the attachments, then we'll become vegetative. If we stop this, we will not do this. If we do this, because that's the only thing we know of, right? That's the only thing we have instinctively done. We have not tried the other thing. Once we tried, we said, "Wow, it is definitely possible. It is definitely possible to be not attached to the result, but still act in a uh, with full energy."
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any questions? Any other questions?
Can you talk about the difference between Vedantic meditation and Buddhist meditations, and any pros and cons?
So I think both are referring to the same thing. I don't think there's any difference at all, other than the superficial cosmetic differences. But unfortunately, those cosmetic differences have become, people get attached to that rather than the core of it. And for example, you could say that watching the breath is the is the only meditation. That is the only thing that you should do if you are talking about meditation. Right? Meditation is watching the breath. That is taking the core of meditation, and the most slippery slope of meditation could be that. For a Buddhist word, that is the most slippery slope. That you lose the essence of meditation, which is the awareness, which is the non-attachment, and you attach just a technique and say this is what meditation is all about. Rest everything is, don't care about that. Similarly, this is the near enemy of what Buddhist people do. Similarly, in Vedantic word, they have a huge focus on understanding, which is the core of Vipassana. You know, Vipassana is all about look at the experience, investigate it, and understand it, which is, you know, you know, there are the three Shravan, Manan, and Nididhyasana, right? All three are exactly saying the same thing. But the slippery slope of that, the near enemy of that, has become that the way to get enlightenment is the quote unquote study or understanding literature and understanding the scriptures. So, which has become cerebral. So you say that you study this because अगर हम अगर अविद्या है तो उसका एंड विद्या से ही आएगा, और विद्या has become quote unquote study of literature. The real thing that Shravan Manan Nididhyasan was pointing to was studying our own experience, studying what is happening in me, studying what is happening in my mind at this moment, and learning from it, getting the insight from that. The near me has become much bigger, which is studying the literature, understanding with analysis, arguments, and all of that, which is very cerebral. The body is not involved there. So as I was saying earlier, the real understanding only comes when we really experience it, when we try out few things with ourselves, with our own experiences. That if I look at it, this is what happens. If I look at this way, this is what happens, and continuously evaluating it. For example, Dharsar says this a lot, that there are all promises around. In Buddhist world, there's a promise that you keep meditating and all your vikars will go away. Right? We keep that promise and we attach to it. And say बस यही करना है, हो ही जाएगा, सारे विकार निकल ही जाएंगे. We never look at it कि विकार निकल भी रहे हैं कि नहीं निकल रहे, क्योंकि हम उस प्रॉमिस से अटैच हो जाते हैं कि यार कह रहे हैं तो सही कह रहे होंगे. Similarly, on the Vedantic side, the whole thing is become so much about studying that we don't sit and say ki, let's look at it inside us. So learning from your own experiences, the texts and literature are the guiding principles. The real learning comes from the experiences. So that has I think not been emphasized or kind of forgotten in many words. That is why if you look at the Buddhist techniques, they focus extremely on technique. Bas baitho sadhana karo, baitho sadhana karo, baitho sadhana karo, baitho sadhana karo, and they forget about the investigation part and the understanding part and all of that. The reverse is true on the Vedantic side. सोचो समझो इन्वेस्टिगेट करो, बट कोई ये नहीं कहता दिन में 2 घंटे बैठ के साधना करो, सुबह भी करो शाम को भी करो, सुबह भी करो शाम को भी करो. The technique पे फोकस ही नहीं है, because technique is to go inside. अंडरस्टैंडिंग पे यहाँ पे अंडरस्टैंडिंग पे ओवरली फोकस है, वहां पे टेक्निक पे ओवरली फोकस है. आई थिंक व्हेन द बोथ विंग्स गेट बैलेंस्ड, the real benefit starts to come. But the core is absolutely same in my understanding. कोई फर्क नहीं है. ऊपर से अलग दिखता है, अंदर से कोई फर्क नहीं. मैंने दोनों तरफ पढ़ के देख लिया, समझ के देख लिया. सिर्फ एम्फेसिस फर्क है किसी चीज में, कहाँ ज्यादा एम्फेसिस है, बट कोर तो सबका सेम ही है. कोर इज ऑल अबाउट सजगता. कोर इज ऑल अबाउट investigating the true nature that we have in ourselves and realizing it rather than assuming it.
But there's just one more factor. I think in Vedantic tradition that they focus on is concentration to the limit of extreme concentration on the samadhi and everything. And even if you're not doing anything else, just getting to that stage will reveal everything to you. So what is that?
So that is there in both traditions. There are in Buddhist traditions, there is a sect or a kind of a school of thought which believe that if you do the concentration meditations right, as you said, it will reveal, the truth will reveal itself. It has to be tried. इतनी कभी concentration बनी नहीं for me to say authoritatively कि वो सच है कि नहीं है. मगर मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग और मेरा इंक्लिनेशन जहां गया है, और जिन टीचर्स से मैं बहुत ज्यादा इंस्पायर हुआ हूँ, उन सब से मैंने यही समझा है कि दिस इज ऑल अबाउट, it's not about stumbling upon something, right? If you will stumble upon it once you meditate and you suddenly something will get revealed. उस रिवीलेशन में दो मुझे चीजें लगी. एक तो ये है कि होप ये होती है कि समथिंग विल बी रिवील्ड दैट आई डोंट नो नाउ, राइट? देयर इज समथिंग जो कभी होगा, जो रिवील होगा. कोई एक स्टेट आएगी जो कोट एंड कोट एनलाइटेंड स्टेट होगी, जो एक्स वाई जेड करने से आएगी, वर्सेस सेइंग कि जो अवेयरनेस है, व्हाट इज इट? So Ajahn Sumedho says it in a very beautiful sentence. He says that if there is something which is unconditioned, unborn, uncreated, It should be here right now. What is it? It should not be mystic. कभी होगी तो कभी नहीं होगी, किसी कंडीशन में होगी, किसी कंडीशन में नहीं होगी. It should not be created कि मैं कुछ करूंगा तो create हो जाएगी, right? And he says that we somehow make this thing so mystic. We miss the thing in front of us. It's like fish missing the water. All of us are aware, all of us are awake, and this awareness has all the attributes that is being talked about. We don't have the trust that awareness is impersonal, awareness is not self, awareness is unborn, uncreated, unconditioned. We don't have that trust. हमारी instinctive trust नहीं है. This is investigate. अगर कोई unconditioned, uncreated, unborn चीज है इस क्षण में अभी क्या है, तो कुछ रिवील नहीं होगा. At least what he says. What will happen is that slowly and slowly your toxic states will go away and more awareness will be there, which is already there with us. So nothing else will be revealed. Nothing else will, quote unquote, happen. But there are different states of mind which are considered what should I say, which are not common. People have those experiences. They can telepathy, they can see things, they can hear things from, and all of that in all traditions have quotes. Many people have seen this also in a lot of people, but they are also states of mind can be seen by awareness. It is also because of causes and conditions that person has the tendency पुराने कर्मों की वजह से practice थी और conditions proper आई, तो they got that vidya, they got that skill, but that skill can be seen. Awareness can see that now I have that skill, I have that state. So it means it is just a part of, it's a positive side of the causes and conditions giving you a state which is not very common. We commonly observe nahi hoti. So generally it is said by, say, for example, Ajahn Sumedho, we misconstrue these states as some big mystical states, जो कि concentration से generally आती हैं, as being higher states than the current state. But awareness is never higher or lower. It can be aware of anything. And we just miss it to be the divine. एटलीस्ट मुझे लगा कि सभी एक ही बात कह रहे हैं, सिर्फ कुछ लोग कुछ चीजों पे ओवर एम्फेसिस कर देते हैं और वहां पर उनकी जो क्लोजेस्ट नियर एनिमी होते हैं उसमें चले जाते हैं. एंड दैट इज ट्रू विद बोथ साइड, बुद्धिज्म एंड वेदांत. बट द कोर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, if I read the really profound teachings on both sides, ऐसा लगता है कॉपी किए हैं, because the understanding it remains the same, whoever it is revealed to. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, Rajesh, one question, like when you told us to do this session of choiceless meditation, the post-lunch session, so like we are supposed to examine the most prominent sensation. So I did that. So actually I was feeling an itch in my wrist and I was observing it. And then I found that as I observed it, it became stronger. I mean, I was disinterested. I was observing it. Okay, it became stronger. Then another itch arose in the toe, which was very strong also. I kept observing the wrist. Then I shifted to the toe. But what happened that when I stopped observing the itch on the wrist, then it went away. Normally, it should. This is what my understanding is, that it should go away while I'm observing it. But this time, it went away when I stopped observing it. So what insight should I draw from this?
It's a beautiful insight. That this is the real insights that you get from observing things. Is that it happens to almost everybody. If you sit on a long course, this is so much common. The things that we believe are real, ये तो किसी कारण से है, जब तक वो कारण नहीं जाएगा नहीं जाएगी. As soon as you move attention away, वो चली जाती है. The first insight that I got was that the awareness of it or attention to it was actually part of it. It didn't have an existence on its own. Till I was aware of it, till I was investing my energy of attention to it, it existed. And actually that is true. We are not aware of the sensations in our body unless we sit down and meditate, because our attention is on so many other things. So a simple attention mechanism also is observed here, that the more you pay attention to, the rest of the things cannot be observed, because mind has a limited capacity to attend to few things. That is one reason. The other is that uh, there is no quote unquote reality independent to our observation.
No, but see, the thing is, like, before I started I think the choiceless meditation, so this wrist was itching badly, and I was scratching it. And then when you said, let's look at the most prominent sensation, I said, great, I already have one. So I started looking at it. And then, it's the intensity of that itch went down, but it was still there. And then the other itch arose in the toe, and then I started looking at it. And then the previous itch went away. So I'm just wondering, so are you saying that the previous itch went away because I stopped paying attention to it?
What do you think?
Well, I mean, it existed even before I started the meditation, because I was scratching it, right? So
see, there are so many things which exist because we are paying attention to it. Actually, most of the word is like that, but let's not get into that. There are so many very obvious things in our body exist because we are paying attention to it. Itch is actually one of them. Itch increases if you keep attending to it, and definitely decreases if you keep your attention out of it. Tickling is another of them. If you're attending to it, you will feel a lot more ticklish. If you distract yourself, you will not. So there are some very obvious things, and it is well known in the world of neuroscience about some of these things, which are actually one of the cause for them is your attention. Unless you're paying attention to it, it will not happen. Right? Itch and tickling are definitely some of them. But there are several other things which behave like that, not as prominent as itch and tickling. But in the end, the real investigation reveals to us that a lot more of the world and our emotions, we used to believe they are for real, but they exist because we put our attention and focus to it.
So, okay, so you're saying that I'm like now, by examining that itch, like I'm just using that itch as a tool of meditation, and then from that I should derive some insight. Like in your case, you have derived this insight that, okay, all this is because I'm giving it attention. And so for me, I should basically try to derive my own insight from this. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. And be open to the insights, whatever it is revealing to you, rather than what you were assuming it to be, because the reality is what you're seeing, not what you have heard or read. So be open to creating your own insights, because that is the real wisdom from what we hear or listen or read is just a starting point.
But then my question is that should you always be deriving insights? Because when this happened to me during the choiceless awareness, I said, oh, well, whatever's happened, forget it. Now I'm out. So that wrist itch went away. The toe itch came. So I'm focusing on the toe itch. But that the fact that the wrist itch went away, I didn't pay much attention to it. So should I have paid attention to the fact that the wrist itch went away? Now I have to derive an insight from it.
See, the insights will come to you. Don't push them away or for something else that you think is more important. For example, your itch was there on the wrist and you went to the itch of the toe, and suddenly a thought came up, my God, how did the itch go away? Right? That is actually the most prominent thing in your mind. Don't push that away and say, no, I need to go back to the toe. Because that is the most prominent thing, and say, let me attend to this thought, which is analyzing this, that why did this HOV go away and why did it go to the toe? Nothing that comes to you prominently should be shunned for in favor of something else. And
Yeah,
insights come very prominent. Insights come with a bang. You just have to have the attitude to attend to it.
yeah, I didn't get that feeling. Like for me, it was like, okay, so I just suddenly my attention shifted to the toe, and then when I shifted to the toe, then the wrist stitch disappeared. Then I did observe. I said, oh, it's disappeared, but it was not so prominent for me to
That,
actually start thinking about it, and the toe was actually more prominent, so I was focusing on that.
that's okay. If there is so what I'm saying is that the real benefit comes from insights. Do not You should have more attitude towards creating your own insights, and whenever insight happen, give them the attention that they want.
Okay, so let them come on their own rather than me seeking it again, because seeking it would
Yes,
again be having desires like, oh, I'm looking for an insight,
absolutely,
I want to have that. Okay.
absolutely, absolutely.
The other
Because
question.
mostly our natural response is when insight comes, we brush them aside that no, this may not be true because I have read something else. So let me forget about it and do the meditation.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, but then like the thing is, see, like with the other panic thing, I observed it and then the panic went away. Now, when I observed this, it didn't go away. Instead, when I stopped observing it, then it went away. So now, what am I supposed to do? There are two conflicting
Nothing.
insights.
There's
So what
this
should
not
I do?
conflicting. This is the nature of the reality. Whatever it reveals to you, you just have to be okay with it. In both situations, two different situations happened, two different outcomes came. This is what it is. There's nothing right or wrong in either one of them. The only thing that you need to remind yourself to be just aware of it rather than treat them as one is right or second is wrong.
But if a third situation arises, which is different from the first two, then in order to deal with that situation, then which of the insights should I use? Let's say I'm in like difficult situation of arguing with my boss. So now I've got these two insights from previous two situations. Then which one should I use in that situation?
Whatever is whatever comes naturally to you,
Okay, so the idea of
right?
dharma.
You don't seek out, you just let the right thing come to you.
Okay.
And if it is not coming to you, because it happens, these are theoretical things, and many times if you're in a real dilemma or real fix, the natural, you say, what is that natural thing that is not coming to me? What should I do? What should I do? And you have that strong desire to do or to choose between X or Y. The most conventional way is what I just told you. You should have a third party argument inside yourself and say, what if this was the situation to my best friend that I
Hmm.
love? What advice I would have given to him or her? That is actually the thing that you should be doing in that situation.
Okay, okay. Okay, one question I have is that in the Vipassana meditations of Goenkaji, like we are, like you mentioned this whole idea of vikar and all that. So there is this thing of vikar and the idea that if we do anapana, then vikar will come out, and then now they have come out to balance them, we need to do Vipassana. So I don't know that this, I mean, what we think is breathing meditation is okay, just observe the breath. I didn't know that by observing the breath, the vikar will come out, and then if we do too much of breathing meditation, then too much vikar will come out, and then if we don't do vipassana, then they won't be balanced. So all this I don't really understand, and this is kind of scary because obviously I don't want all the vikar to come out in one go because then I'll be completely disbalanced, right? So, and so I don't know.
So
Can you throw?
I'm not sure what do you mean by more vikar will come out or less vikar?
That's what I've been told. So I've been told that by one of the teachers that look, you should do anapana and you should do vipassana. Of course, if you are like your mind is too agitated, then you can do anapana. But the point is that don't do too much anapana. Otherwise, all your too many vikars will come out, and then because you keep on doing anapana, they'll come out, and you are not doing vipassana. So then they will not be balanced, and you will feel
When
uncomfortable.
Whenever you are in this kind of a dilemma and thinking about it, switch back to look how you're feeling when this confusion is arising in the mind.
Yeah, I mean, see what.
Because this is just nothing but confusion of the mind, and the mind wants an answer. It is not getting a particular answer, and it is uncomfortable not getting a particular answer. So there are two ways to it. You can rush towards finding an answer, asking 5 more people what is the answer, or you can say, can I just watch this uncomfortableness because of this doubt?
Hmm. Yeah,
See,
okay.
we need to really understand that everything, we will not get all answers to
Hmm.
everything. We
Yeah.
will never get it, right? And we will not never get all favorable circumstances. So can we watch how we feel when we are in confusion, how we feel when we have non-clarity, how we feel when we are not comfortable with the situation? The reality of that situation is in the feelings, not getting into the solution.
I mean, for me, this whole thing arose was because one day I did. So I did 2 hours of Anapana and 1 hour of Vipassana. And then I found that I was not feeling good that day. I spoke to the teacher and she said, I didn't tell her I was not feeling good. I said, you know what, look, I'm not. I said, yeah, I'm not feeling good. I've done 2 hours of Anapana and 1 hour of Vipassana. Still, I'm not feeling good. She said, precisely because you've done too much of Anapana and all your vikars will come out and you've done too little of Vipassana and the Vipassana won't balance them. So I said, okay. So now that I assume that she's speaking the truth because I've done 2 hours of Anapana and I've seen that I'm feeling horrible. So probably it's the truth. So that's my insight. So what should I do? Not do enough
Yes.
Anapana, focus on Vipassana then. Just believe my own insights.
Yes. You should believe your own insights, but while believing your insights, you're watching that this is my insight, I'm believing in this. You're watching that that this thought has arose in me that this teacher has said this, and this is what I feel right now currently. And this is my current insight. It may change in the future. That is what Anitya is.
Okay, so you're saying that in future I might actually just not agree with what I'm thinking now. So if today I feel that too much
It
of
will always
Anapana,
happen. It will
okay, if
always happen. You will disagree with your last day's insight. That's
okay.
also okay.
So if I feel today too much of Anapana is bad for me, tomorrow I might disagree with it. Actually.
If it happens, be okay with it. It may happen, may not happen.
But my question is, apart from this, okay, this is the whole inside business. My own question is that, like, why do we associate these meditation techniques, be it examining the breath or be it examining the sensation, with this idea that by looking at the breath, the vikar will come out, and by doing vipassana, the vikar will get balanced. So why are we associating these techniques with these ideas? Is there evidence
So
for it?
first of all, I am not associating it with.
Hmm.
So there are some people and techniques that do associate. See, the idea
A
is
bit of truth.
whenever you're doing anything deep and in concentration of the mind, whenever you're trying to control the mind to not do what it is generally instinctively doing,
Hmm.
there will be unresolved things that will come up.
Hmm.
Now, equating them to one on you're doing this, that is why this is happening, doing this, that is why this is happening, doing this. I I don't know. I don't find that appropriate, because there are so many conditions and so many different things that contribute to what you're feeling on that day. It's not may not be just the anapana. Maybe you had a bad day already, or there could be so many other things. Having a one-on-one correlation is making it too rigid. But in general, whenever you do deep meditation, the unresolved emotions do bubble up. But when will they bubble up? How will they bubble up? In what conditions? What supporting conditions were there or not? It's so unpredictable that we should stop creating rules around it. That's at least my belief is. And we should just focus on what is happening right now. It may be having some conditions for why it is happening. And if I'm to watch it, that's it. That's enough. Rather than uh, creating any more confusion on top of it.
You said that with deep meditation, frequently the emotions they bubble up. So why does that happen? Like because deep meditation touches on them. Like how does that? What's the science behind it?
It see basically it there are different science I don't know, but traditions definitely say this, that if you try to change the instinctive nature of the mind, it will try to revolt, right? It will try to revolt. And how will it revolt? Only things that it knows of, only things that it believes are uncomfortable, it will try to revolt by bringing them up. So for one person, the uncomfortable feeling could be something else, the other person uncomfortable feeling could be something else. So those things will come up to just make you uncomfortable and not do it, because it is going against the grain of the mind. So it doesn't want to do it. So it will create and bring up the stored negative energies, so that you stop doing it. For example, uh, uh, opposite to what you just said, many I have seen many, Goenkaji tradition teachers and senior meditators saying that they want to do long hours of anapana, because they want to get more of these things come up and get rid of them. So everybody has their own response to it. My response is that whatever is happening, just be aware of it and don't make judgments on it.
But then, like, if you're saying these senior meditators say we'll do more anapana so that more of these things come out, isn't that a desire? But then
It
just
is.
work. Yeah,
It is a desire. If it comes, watch it as a desire.
okay. But what do you do when they come out? I mean, it's not like they're coming out and they will disappear permanently. You know, like, I don't know if they will disappear permanently if they come out. If that is the aim that they disappear permanently, it's good, but they don't really disappear.
They may not. So I think the best way to, because these are the things that your mind will keep thinking about, and none of them can be answered in one sitting or one session. The best way is to turn these questions on your own experiences than the mind. Right? Try to learn from your own experiences. Try to learn from your own insights. They will clarify a lot of things, and they will also make you a lot more comfortable with open questions in the mind. You know, one has to become very easy, even if they don't have all the answers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. This was very helpful to me also personally. I while my meditation got strengthened. I meditated along with you guys for such a long time. So thank you so much. So much of gratitude to you, and thank you for asking me questions which maybe I didn't know the answers to, but I could, explain it from something, I don't know. These are natural things coming out of naturally from me. I was not thinking about those. So if there are some things that has come out, it is because of you. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.